we've lost him. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We're going to get started with our Ticket to Ride show here in just a moment. But first, I'm going to turn off my Kato because I don't need it. I only needed it for KDKA. I only needed that thing for KDKA. Yes, I was pretty busy today. Especially as a lot of us were, since today was Easter. So, I hope a lot of you were able to spend time with, I hope all of you were able to get together and enjoy the holiday together. Maybe hunting for Easter eggs or anything else of that nature. And yes, because I start school again tomorrow, I am back here at home. And honestly, I can't believe how long it's been since we last did a broadcast here. Now I'm happy to be back here at home, safe and sound, with every single one of my radios, every single one. And yes, everything did make it back here safely. Every single radio in my room did make it back here. Everything made it back here safely, and that's what I like to see. As I did forget my water bottle when we were getting away from home. All right, that's not the view it should be at. Alright, there we are. Alright. And earlier as I was getting ready for the, earlier following the KDK test, I did get that up already. I noticed that Guam and Clay and Cass counties ran their IPAWS test late. Even though it was supposed to go out right at their usual time. Not sure why that is, however. In between that and the show that we're about to start, I actually discovered two new weather radio stations. Why is the picture flipped? And the mic is not supposed to be on either. Let me see if I can fix the view. Wait a moment. Let me try and fix the view, because that's not correct. Oh, mirror. There we are. Yeah, turn that off. There we go. Now we're back to the correct orientation. Now, I discovered two new weather radio stations in between KDK and this show, from two very familiar offices, but here's the thing. I don't want to tell you what they are yet. You're going to find out when we do our weekly Test Wednesday show later this week. Because then again, now tonight I can kind of say spring break is officially over, but not necessarily. I'm going to say it's over. Well, I say it's not over, but the school says it is, but the thing is, I'm only going to get 2 days of school. Well, only 3 days this week. So Monday, tomorrow, and then Tuesday, and then a weekend in the middle of the week. Wednesday and Thursday, perfect days to have time off of school. And then Friday, back in school, that's another perfect day. And then the normal weekend, and then my spring break would be over in that case. So again, those two stations, I don't want to tell you what those are yet. You're going to find out during our weekly Test Wednesday program. And I was even told of potentially a new auto test, and I did confirm a new one. I'll explain more of those tomorrow and Tuesday night. Tomorrow night and Tuesday night, I'll explain more about those. So yeah, we hope you enjoyed the broadcast that we ran during this time. Now the picture is off balance. Okay, there we go. And it's going way too slow. It's supposed to be going fast. There we go. Alright. Now before we get started, these are the routes for game 1. And earlier this week I was told about some privacy issue by one of my other fellow members. So I've moved the cards up to the top of the wall, so now there shouldn't be too much of an interference. So I'm very happy for that. I got the new signs up. Well, pretty much they were souvenirs from the trip. Well, I wasn't part of this trip, but I decided why not do so. Alright, now... Oh, that's right. If we take too long, then... whatever. Now, give me one moment while I take care of something, and then we will get this game underway. Okay. Now, after we do our Ticket to Ride show, I'm gonna... For those who have missed our nightly broadcast while I was away from home, I'll break down each night and I'll explain a little more about what was going on, like off broadcast and everything like that. I'll explain about that and more. But for now, let's get to our game. Let's get to our game here. First show back from our away location, I must say. But yeah, it's gonna feel so normal again. I mean, especially after everything that I've been through, it's gonna feel so normal again. And yeah, it is honestly gonna feel so normal. You know what I mean by normal? Getting woken up by the Flutter Realm at like 5, getting woken up by the Flutter Realm at like 6 o'clock in the morning. You You know what? I actually did try that myself while I was away. And oh boy, did that go well. Again, I'll explain that a little more at the end of our Ticket to Ride program. But for now, we gotta turn our attention to the game. So let's see, LA to New York. Oh yeah, we gotta get to New York as well. So we gotta watch what we're doing here. Oh, perfect timing, because I was gonna play those oranges. That is perfect timing, because I was gonna play those oranges. Vancouver to Montreal. Well, I don't know which path we're gonna be taking. Actually, I have a better idea. Yeah, let's see what those do. So again, following Ticket to Ride, I'll break down each night I was away, and well, each night during my little getaway from here. Yeah, I'll break down each night of that little staycation, and I'll tell a little more about what was going on while we were not broadcasting each night. And of course, we'll tell you about all that and more. This will be perfect for for Vancouver to get us going there. Alright, so we need the 3 oranges and those 6 blues if we want to get to where we need to go. I should consider those whites. Alright, now we got the anchors for the big routes. But wait, I also have to play it in Montreal, so why don't we do that? Alright, so we need a pair of any color. We need a single of any color. 3 oranges and... Okay, that's a start. Well, I'll decide where to go depending on what comes up. And we need a bunch of them. Could do the whites, but that's going to take a while to accomplish. Oh, you know what? Let's do that. Yeah, let's take a different route. Yeah, I think all this fits. So, let's see. We need 3 pinks or 5 of them. And some greens as well. Yep, that was what I was going to be taking, so I made the right call. Gotta watch the number. We don't need whites. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes, we're out of cards. There we go. Got the 2 biggest, well, I got the 2 bigger ones done. Then I have the biggest one of all. So I've got a bunch of points in my pocket right now. Alright. We're gonna need those, now we're gonna need those pinks again. Okay. The last connection is the pinks. That's what we need. So we need those pinks. So we need 5 of them again. Oh yeah, and I just realized we missed the word of the day for the past 2 nights. But you know what? We'll take care of tonight. You know what we'll take care of tonight's Wordle following the game as well. Before I explain the story of all that stuff. All right, we have enough. We're gonna put the pigs down. We're not getting any more tickets after this, so. Just gonna take the pink and finish it off. Now all we're gonna do is we're gonna play with what's left. Gonna see what possible cards I can put down. Yeah, let's just see what I can put down to possibly extend this train further. I think we could extend the train even further. And we'll just play those. And we've used up all the cards. Yep. And I'm only down to 2 cards. So, wow, that's the first time in a while I've gone down to 2 cards. So that means I just get to take these last 2 cards, and that's the end of the game. That's the end of game number 1. Although we should have started a few minutes ago, but that's okay. We're trying to get back into business here after a week away. Anyway, let's. Alright, so the totals being added up, and Montreal to New Orleans. The red one did New York to Atlanta, but not Vancouver to Santa Fe. The blue didn't even do Seattle to LA, but did Chicago to Santa Fe, however. The purple one did LA to Miami, and then Winnipeg to Houston. The bonus goes to me, actually. So with 131 points, I win this game. I have won game number 1. With 2 very impressive moments during that time, too. Alright, let's get to game number 2. These are the routes. And that looks like a second train coming. That's a car. Probably a car, but we'll see. Yeah, it's a car. Okay. Alright, let's get to the game. We got a whole lot of ways to go, don't we? But I am looking to kind of get a head start. What I do want to take first is the angle one, the angle route. That's the one I want to take. Now, as we go through this, I need to again be cautious on what we're playing, because we have a bunch of points in our hand. Alright, so, we started in LA, and now our journey to Miami starts. And I should consider playing another one of these cards, the ones that we will not need. We're going from Winnipeg to Little Rock, so we're going to need a black card. We need 4 of them. And I'll connect, and you know what I'll actually do is I'll connect Sault Ste. Marie and Little Rock together. Okay, we're going to need 5, we're going to need 6 of those greens. But just for the heck of it, let's just keep drawing and see what comes up. Let's draw this. Alright, we have 4. We need 6. We already have 6 greens. So what I'll actually do is I'll take a green, and then I'll grab another red. So we've just saved a wild card. for the green, pretty much. And why don't we go ahead and save some more? There we go, we just saved ourselves another wild card. Alright, now we have a ton of options here. So let's start with this one. The one from New Orleans to Miami, let's start with that. Then we'll do El Paso to Houston. I should consider this gap here too, so let's do that. Better close the gap now. There we go. Close the gap successfully. But now there's another gap I need to close. Alright, we've closed that one. Let's go ahead and start Winnipeg. Let's just draw and see what comes up. I should play this first because it's going to be the most important. And that finishes LA to Miami. Now we have 20 more points. That we can claim now that we've closed the gap. All we need now is just two pairs and a single color. Alright, so we'll play these two greens from Duluth to Omaha. And then I'll do the two from Oklahoma City to Kansas City. And then this last gap from Omaha to Kansas City is all we need, and then we're done. And there we go. So now we got the last two tickets. I think depending on how many train cars there are left, I'll see what kind of tickets we can grab. Looks like we do have time, so yeah, let's grab some more. See what we have. I mean, there's only like 3 connections left, so I think we can make it. Because yeah, that route is nearly complete, so you know what? We've already gotten 40 points. So we're only gonna get like 20, if I'm doing the math correctly, 23 should we fail to make it in time. So this is for half of it or double. This is kind of like a double or half situation. Okay. We need those yellows big time now. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it in time. Yeah, we're not looking for pinks anymore. We're looking for yellows now. Yeah, I don't think we are going to make it in time. Yeah, unfortunately. But we've made the anchor in Atlanta, however. But unfortunately, Game 2 has drawn to a close. So let's add up the total. So first, I'm going to get those 40 points. That's going to bring us to 108, because now we're going to have to subtract 17. So, only 91. The green one missed out Seattle to New York, but did Montreal to New Orleans. The red did LA over to Chicago, and did Chicago to New Orleans. The blue did not even get from Winnipeg to Houston, or Chicago to Santa Fe. Oh. And the purple one did Denver to El Paso, and Duluth to Houston. Wow. So, the green player gets the 10-point bonus, but that isn't even enough. I've won again. Wow, I feel better even after taking that half-point or nothing gamble. So, impressive. Okay, so now let's play game number 3. We are halfway done, and we are halfway through our time for this game, too, which is impressive. Alright, so those are the routes we're going to play. Should be less intense, so why don't we go ahead and begin here. Yeah, I'm going to try the fast route again. Nothing. Maybe, why don't we try this game with the Apple Pencil? Oh yeah, it's dead. Why don't we, Yeah, we cannot play this game with the Apple Pencil. That's a shame. But anyway. Would have been nice though, but no, that's not really what it's about. Alright. We got 3 blues. That means get to Little Rock now. We're going to take the quick route with the pinks. And the device's battery's almost dead. That's nice. I'll wait till it gets to 5 before I plug it in. And also for the Michigan test, we're going to try something different. You may have seen me do it for all the Sunday tests and stuff, but we're gonna try something different with that tonight. Well, we can make an alternative connection. Well, at least we made it to El Paso, though. Just need to make this last connection. And we have made it. Got the shortest one done. But now I'm running out of options here. I'm running out fast. or rather, let's try 3 reds. You know, this one here from Chicago, and we don't have to go through Kansas City and such. However, I am prepared in case we have to. In case we have to go through Kansas City and St. Louis, we are at least prepared for that when it comes. Just by looking at these, I can assume where some of these players are going. I could already assume the red player is going from Chicago to New Orleans. And I see that he's trying to go from Chicago to Santa Fe also. I can already make those assumptions by the player's moves. But I'm going to see at the end if my assumptions are correct. This has been a FilmWays presentation. Yeah, Tetris fan really likes to upload these logos. In fact, I'll explain the story again about those logo captures later on. As we've now come to the second half of our program. Oh, right. The on-air sign. Why do I keep forgetting? Now, while we wait for some more blacks, let's go ahead and there it is again. And that completes the last 2 tickets. And we have time for another ticket, so let's grab one. This is starting to get virtually useless. Yeah, this too. Yeah, that's really about the only route I can do at this point. Alright, so we'll do Montreal to Atlanta. In fact, I think what we can already do is just play off the existing connection. Rather than making a whole new one, we're just going to play off the existing one. Yeah, that's a better idea. We're going to play off the existing connection that we have, rather than just spending all this time and making entirely new... Oh, man, I should have played those greens on Chicago. But you know what? It does not matter. Because now the rest of the way through, I just need a pair of any color. So I'm just going to see what color comes up. So yeah, I'm just gonna... So we just need 2 pairs of any colors now. And see if we can get it before it goes to 2. Oh, it looks like we did get a pair, but I don't think we're gonna get there in time. Yeah, we're not gonna make it in time. Again. But we did gain 26 points from this run, and we are only going to lose 9, so I think it should be still a decent total. But anyway, let's add up the totals. The Winnipeg to Little Rock, Denver to Pittsburgh, and Denver to El Paso. Now we're going to have to give up 9 because we got so close to making it to Montreal and Atlanta. Let's see the other ones. Calgary to Phoenix, Calgary to Salt Lake, the green player did. The red one, yep, I was correct on Chicago to New Orleans and Santa Fe. It looks like he went from LA to New York. Yeah, he failed. He got so close. Anyway, the blue one did Vancouver to Montreal, but not Portland to Phoenix. Finally, the purple one did Portland to Nashville, via the whole bottom. And Seattle to New York. I'm surprised he didn't do Miami, which is interesting. But this time he gets the 10-point bonus and wins game number 3. So, quite a comeback there. Alright, and I see another train approaching Fort Madison right now. I can tell by the speed of the light. Now I can tell either that's a train or a car. It looks more like a train because I can tell how bright the light is. Yeah, that's a train. That is a train coming. You know how I can even... Now, because this is a double-deck bridge in Fort Madison, I can tell it's a train either by the light pattern. They just, like, basically I gotta watch the light pattern. Like, I gotta watch the light as it goes across the bridge. And then if it's below the lights, if it's below the lamppost, which is the roadway traffic, then that is a train approaching, going into Illinois. And so on and so forth. The light behind it, that's a car. Alright. Now, enough of that bickering. Again, we still got a lot of stuff to talk about after the show is done here. And we only have like 25 minutes left, so we gotta get through this quickly. Alright, now let's start game number 4. These are the routes we're gonna be playing, so it looks like we're looking at 27 points. To potentially gain here. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this game started. As we actually finish up unpacking preparations. Get all the laundry washed and everything from my stay. Which again, I'll talk about a little more at the end of this game. At the end of the next game, we gotta get from Montreal to Atlanta. Still, we have to go from LA. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We need 3 teams for that. So. All right. So let's start in Helena. Okay, all we need to complete that are 3 oranges and 2 of any color. And yes, I am putting stuff away while it's not my turn. Okay. Oh. There's an orange, and there's another. Need 1 more. I'll have enough. And we got the last one. Now we have enough to finish Helena to LA. Okay, here we go. Alright, and Helena to LA, and that is that. We gotta go from Toronto all the way to Miami. And that's gonna be our... Yep, it's back to business. Tomorrow we're back to business. Which, of course, the title of my KDK video states. Yeah, why don't we just do Montreal and Toronto together? Yeah, why don't we try this? Let's try Montreal and Toronto together, running on the same track, and eventually reaching our final destination. And then eventually reaching our final destination which is Miami. Miami and Atlanta, respectively, are the two destinations that we're looking at. I better turn the light on here, but it's okay. Alright. That's not what I wanted. There you go. That was not the card I wanted to play, but... Alright. Yeah, I wanted to grab the black. Alright, well, we have a pair of greens here. So we need either 5 blues or 4 pinks, whichever comes first. Okay. So what I want to do is play those blacks first. I'm going to play these first. We're going to complete our journey in Atlanta. Or we could do 6 reds, but that's going to be very tricky. Oh, yikes. That's the last card in the pile. Oh, yeah, they have to grab more tickets because that's really the only thing they can do. But I know what I can do. That's the last of it. Oh, yeah, sure, good thing. Let's reroute, play those pinks. Oh, there's those blues we were looking for. And they're all gone. And now they're back. And now they're back. Okay, 5%. Plug it in. It is charging. Alright. Oh yeah, that's right. We have a ton of blues. So, yeah, that should finish the route. Now here comes the endless shuffle of the cards. Alright. That should be it. Close wise. And that is also it for our tickets too. Alright. Now, considering how many cards the rest of the players have, we actually will have enough time to get another ticket. So we are going to do that now. New York to Atlanta. Yeah, that's virtually done. Seattle. Yeah, we just need a bunch more yellows and stuff. Oh, Portland and Nashville. Oh yeah, that's going to be a difficult one. Alright, so these are the next 2 routes we're going to be doing. And in fact, we can already go ahead and complete New York to Atlanta by doing this. Oh, that's the wrong color. There we go. What's Jalen sending now? Oh yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Oh, that's right. There's a what's this one? This was all the stuff from Sunday. I'll explain a little more later when we're done here. Oh, that's right. Could have waited for more, but I made the right call. Hey, there's a pink. Oh. Oh, you know what? It wouldn't have mattered. It would not have mattered. Alright. And now we complete... Oh, that's right. We need that. Oh. Yeah. We're not really done just yet. We need this one thing here. There we go. I just prevented the purple player from going to Seattle. I'm assuming he's going all the way from Seattle to New York. But we're going to find out here in a little bit. Now, considering, yeah, 8 cars, we're not going any further. Alright, that's all the tickets we're taking. So we're just going to play the rest of our cards. We're just going to play the rest of them. And it looks like I made the right call so far. Now, with so it looks like we will not have time for a Game 6 because of how late we started. That could have taken a wild card, but you know what? I don't think it matters. So, with how much time we have left, we will not have enough time for a Game 6, but we will have the next hour for me to explain the whole story of everything that happened while we were off the air for a week on here. So it's quite a story to tell. Oh boy. Oh boy, I see the drawbridge is opening. That's the fourth time today I've seen it open. I can see the lights flashing. I'll have to watch that activation in full later. Actually, I'll go back on it and see if I can hear the siren when it was activated. The purple player gets the 10-point bonus, but I win the game yet again. Well, that's like the 4th time today I've seen that drawbridge swing open. In fact, I watched the moment the crossing is activated, the drawbridge crossing. Oh my goodness, that's actually kind of like a little bonus because you get to see. So we're row fanning and boat fan and marine fanning at the same time, essentially, but that's not really the case. But anyway, folks, we are quickly running out of time for our show, so we need to get to this 5th and final game quickly here. Alright, so we're going to play speed up, so that means no waiting. We got to get to our decisions quickly and right away. Alright, the speed up game starts now. Since we have to go fast, we can't just make any pauses. We gotta go quickly. Then soon we're gonna miss our chance. I don't care. I'm going to go back on all that once we are done here. How many warning lights are on that bridge? My goodness. I just wonder, how many lights are on that bridge? How many of them? This does not prove any importance. Just let me go ahead and switch it to the Auto Weekly section. And we're going to select Sunday because this is where we start. That's either the barge or more cars coming. Oh, here's where we need to go. Wow, that looks like a huge barge. I can tell. Not sure if that's one of those luxury cruise liners or something. I don't know. Maybe it is. Or it's just a freight. It looks like a freight to me. Uh-oh, I think we're gonna run out of time. Alright. Uh-oh. Well, that's why it's called speed up. Alright, GKL, GLQ, UPF, CMM, GMV, and I'll start HLJ as well. Alright, keep it all down. Not available. XMG does not work. UPF does not work. GLQ does not work. Oh! We are going to be severely reduced this week. Oh no! A lot of our streams are not working this week. Hold on a moment. Let me see if they're giving any errors. CMM says not available. GKL. Says, cannot be found. Either that or I'm looking at the wrong source. Oh, it's Ice 41. So it should be Ice 41. And that also says not available. Wow, folks. This is going to be quite a start. Let me tell you. Oh, goodness. Well, folks, this is going to be an interesting start. Because all the Michigan stations are offline. So look at that. We're down to just WHLJ this week. When have I ever seen this happen? Oh, that's right. We gotta get to Nashville, don't we? So I better take it now. But then again, time is running out. Then again, I'm gonna play everything. I'm gonna play everything from this morning. I'm gonna go back and get everything while we wait for HLJ. That's what I'm gonna do. Alright, there goes the last ticket. We have... You know what? We're gonna actually get extra time to get through this game, don't we? We have extra time to get us through this game. Because those Michigan stations are offline this week. So, we're still going to be in speed up here. This is really done. But let's try this one too, so. Alright, well. Yeah. We have extra time because, okay, now this is where we have to start monitoring HLJ. So so this will be our final game. Where is HLJ? Here we go. Okay. Alright. Now all we do is wait. And if HLJ does not happen during this time, I'm going to go back on WGLN and I'm going to get all those warnings. Go back and get all those warnings regardless. I didn't know there was additional stuff going on until just now, so... Okay, we have enough to connect into Pittsburgh. So why don't we do that now? So really, there's only one connection left. And that's this one here. Alright, now we're going to go into true speed up. Because we're out of, because we are out of time. We're not looking for reds. We're looking for oranges. Oh, we're not going to make it. Yeah, we're not going to make it. Alright, so that's really going to be it, folks. We are out of time. Alright, now as much as I would like to go through the scores, we do not have time, so that is it. All right. That, folks, is going to do it for Ticket to Ride for this week. Now, before we do anything else... Alright, now before we go any further, I'm going to first go back on WGON and get all those flood warnings and stuff, and maybe the HLJ test in addition to this. Alright, with that done, I'm going to go ahead and get HLJ on here. I'm going to go ahead and end the recording on my phone. I'm going to go ahead and delete that along with everything else that's present. I'm absolutely keeping that video of Buena Vista and Celador. These are going. That should go away. It should go. Oh yeah, this thing. Where I was, where I had WYCT playing and actually let it get interrupted. That's fun. Tennessee's modern, and that was everything, that it just suddenly stopped. That's all it did. Okay. Alright. Now some space has been freed up. Yay, the bridge is back open. So they actually had the sirens going one last time before lifting the bridge. Now, I'm just curious where all these warning lights and sirens and such are coming from on this bridge. Like, that's the last thing on my mind. Like, where are those sirens coming from? Well, to answer that question, let's actually take a look at the town. There's Princeton. That's in Iowa, by the way. We gotta go all the way down through Muscatine. This is Burlington, Iowa. Down here is Fort Madison. Right here's the border. So to get a better understanding, why don't we actually take a look at the bridge? Here's the Hannibal subdivision, which runs alongside the main Transcon. A BNSF-owned toll bridge that has never been changed since... I just don't even know when. So, let's see where the sirens are. So this is a light, that's a bell. So I assume somewhere up here. Yeah, that's it, right here. This is that's a warning LED that'll flash as the gate lowers. I don't like how it just says gate. How it just says that as it goes down. I'm assuming there are additional lights on the structure as well. I can't believe this bridge is still taking tolls to this day. That's one of the... Let's see if I could find the other gate. The other gate is right here. Right here embossed onto the truss structure. This is where the other LED light is. Now, there were 2 sirens on this bridge. But where are they located? Honestly, I do not know. Honestly, I have no clue. I honestly have no clue at all. I wonder where those sirens are on this bridge. Because I heard a couple of them during that activation. Could be what's up there. Could be whatever the heck that is going up the side. Here's another warning light. Then I'm assuming there's another one in the center here. And I'm assuming there's another warning light in the center. Right there. That, or it's actually one of the sirens, but I think the sirens are like buried somewhere in the structure. I don't know how the heck. I'm assuming this is another one of those lights and signals. Stay in vehicle. I mean, look at that. I mean, look at this. This bridge is so old. Look at that. It doesn't even have emergency pull-off shoulders. That goes to show how old this bridge actually is. It is so old. I see a light flashing on the bottom. So that tells me that we have another train approaching. Well, at least now we know where those warning lights are located, but there they go. There goes HLJ. Alright, now as for the other stuff, I'm going to post those separately. Now, essentially, that's just everything on WGO1. I'm going back on them, getting everything I missed. Alright, now I'm going to go and clear up the inventory. That was KDK from earlier. I'm going to keep that because I'm going to have a little more fun with that a little later on. This was, I'm assuming, the Sunday test compilation. I'm going to get rid of it entirely, and we're going to start over from scratch. The Street View video. I'm surprised it hasn't thrown up any errors. I'm surprised it has not thrown up any errors. Alright, and here's where it's... Alright, and here's where it starts. I'm going to do the no sound effects again. Okay. Great start to the show so far. Alright. So. Dusty while I was away, yeah. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now, as I said at the top of the program, I wanted to explain the story of everything that was going on ever since we had left the air on Thursday. So of course then on Friday, of course after we left the air on Thursday, Friday was the day of that high risk of severe weather. Well, it technically wasn't a high risk just yet. That came later in the day though. When I woke up on Friday morning, it was still a moderate risk. And then on that same morning, a few hours later, I was looking at the hazardous weather outlook from Chicago after I saw somebody else had already posted their reaction to the outlook, which actually sounded pretty disturbing. Because it said that all modes of severe weather will be possible, including significant damaging winds and strong tornadoes. Stay tuned for the latest updates. And then eventually this is where it would get worse. Why is that still open? There we go. And then eventually it would get worse. Because then, as we continued on, when we come to the 11 a.m. hour, they put down two high risks of severe weather, which are very rare to see. And then shortly after, they issue PDS tornado watch number 93 for portions of central Iowa. However, there was an EF3 in Otama, and even worse yet, I was watching everything from my very eyes that day. And then later, as soon as my school got out to kick off spring break, as I was just as I just got on the bus and started my way home, I saw that the Little Rock Metro was under a tornado emergency. But thankfully I did get half of the issuance before it was updated. And then right as I walked through the door into the house, this was a very similar story with K-Love back in September, for those of you who remember. How K-Love ran their weekly right as I walked through the door. Now, this was very similar, except this time, Tornado Watch number 96 was issued for portions of the Chicago Metro. It wouldn't go into effect for a minute, so I had plenty of time to get everything all situated. And then shortly after, Lincoln started issuing stuff, and, well, they had been issuing stuff for a while, and eventually those storms would eventually reach Peoria. And as we were packing up and getting on our way, I did see Lincoln issue several things, a lot of which did set off Odell. And even I did get a few of those warnings in the car. Yep. Even on I-55. So let's see, a few of them were from Odell. I did get those on I-55 right after the way station before Route 53. And then another one we were on 294 just after the new twin mile-long bridge spans. Yeah, both of them are fairly complete, and I gotta say, from my latest look at the progress, they are making great effort. They are putting effort into this project. They know how bad condition the tri-state is. They know it needs to be revamped for modern day commutes. Yeah, they really know how terrible condition the tri-state really is. And then, of course, after that, There was one more, right? Actually, a couple more. One, right, as we pulled into... There was one more right as I pulled in, or just after I pulled in, and as I was getting everything into the house. And then during the unpacking process, that's where an additional one came on, actually a couple more. Where from there I was able to get every other radio set up and ready for the event. And then eventually within the hour or so, everything was unpacked and ready to go. So then at that point, that's where we began severe weather coverage. And of course we brought you that destructive severe thunderstorm warning live. It was for my area, if you all remember. We started the stream at like 4:45. It didn't last long though because the power was knocked out. However, it was brief enough that it was able to reset the stove, like reset the appliances, the stove and the microwave's time, and it was even able to shut off our Wi-Fi signal briefly. So I was unable to restart the broadcast, but the thing was, so I had to start a new one, and eventually that one was actually more successful because the power remained on the whole time. Except for the lights flickering a few times, but I made it through 90 mile per hour winds. I gotta say, that's most likely I think that's like nearly the second destructive severe thunderstorm warning I've ever been under. Well, not necessarily, because remember that first time, it was back in September, it was my county that was under it. However, it was like near Montgomery and Oswego. Oh, and speaking of such, on Tuesday's event, I heard Montgomery got Oswego reported 3-inch hail, which was honestly insane. But I'll talk more about the Tuesday event in a little bit. So then what happened after we left the air on Friday? Well, the severe weather event continued well into the overnight hours. So there was about 11 o'clock at night, and there was this warning from Nashville, and I was so tired. In fact, I was really tired. I just needed to rest. But in fact, that rest suddenly turned into my bedtime, because literally, I was so tired that I literally just had to go to sleep. And in fact, unbelievably enough, I slept through the entire Saturday auto tests. Every single one of them. WJFK, WLZK, WHNY, KSL, WRUS, WAGO, Nashville ESPN, wherever that is. But I slept through every single one. But at least, it was not a story that, remember that story from a few months ago where I was just resting here. I realized I missed everything, and then I was not even fully in bed. It was 5 in the morning. It was the computer was still on. I just knew I had to get to bed. Well, that's only happened 3 times so far, and I'm trying to prevent it from happening for a 4th time. But honestly, I gotta say, thankfully it didn't end up like such. And then of course, all those nights I at least had to put Nani on my lock screen and just have him as I drift away to sleep. But yeah, Saturday morning was quite a disaster. But I did get the Birmingham Weekly. I missed WMLS. I think I missed Nebraska too, or did I get him? I think I did get Nebraska, didn't I? Yeah, I did get Nebraska. I did get Nebraska, if I can correctly recall. Yeah, I believe we did get Nebraska. Then what else? And then, of course, we jumped to... Yeah, of course, I did air that sports broadcast that night. I'm not sure if I covered the severe weather event, but... Yeah, that high risk, let me tell you something. That high risk compilation took me a very long time to make. In fact, it was like so long, I had to split the whole thing into two separate parts and premiere them separately. It was incredible. And then we jumped to early Sunday. Now, I had a very similar problem with this one. However, it wasn't as bad. So let me break it down. So Kentucky IPAWS got that one. VGY, WNFM, WBOO. Yep, everything was going smoothly until the end of the Boston IR, the WBZ-FM. I literally nearly fell asleep. And in fact, when I opened my eyes and looked at the chart, I was like, oh crap, I missed the first half of DC Radio 1. But thankfully, I was actually able to get the second half, the second portion, which was WNBG, WL, WYCP. I was able to get all that. And then I was able to keep myself up for Boston iHeart and eventually North Country. Now, when I got to North Country, they were actually playing a jazz song that, I kind of treated it like a lullaby a little bit because of the way it sounded. Well, I didn't get to hear it in its entirety, but it was quite an interesting story. And then eventually, after the KNNZ auto test, I was able to get KCBS running and just let everything else run through the night. And then I did get the rest of them. Yeah, I think that's right. And of course JUL, which we did Wait, Don't Tell Me that morning, and then everything else in between. So that's really how that all broke down while we were away. But then on Monday, let me tell you, I had made the most terrible mistake I could ever make. Let me explain. So everything went smoothly during the Monday session. I got everything. Yeah, I was able to get every single one, every single test up to that point. So, I did get, so this is where we're at right now. This is where we're at. You get Michigan, KRMS, WSCF. We'll be getting those in about 30 minutes, but I did get those that night. Then we have, that's right, Tampa iHeart no longer streams or tests, that's right. But then, of course, I did get that Georgia station, WHAS, WTTR. It could be another train or a car. It looks like another train, I'm assuming, but we'll see. But anyway, did get everything. WTTR, WHAS, Tulsa Cox, Radio, Houghton, Michigan, KCHO. But then after KCHO, I saw that John apparently logged a WGGK weekly. It said at 2:02 a.m. I looked back at the log from the previous week and I saw it at that same time. Now, this leads me to believe something. That WJGK may have an auto test in addition to a random one, like what WJFK does. Now, I'm going to confirm that for sure tonight, because I did program the automation, so we should be good to go. Unless something happens. In fact, I think I could tell you that I believe when we were at Tulsa Cox, I believe a lot of the automations didn't even run, so it was thankfully that perfect time, so I'm kind of happy about that myself. But then again, let's continue. So then, of course, following that, you got Tulsa Cumulus, Albany iHeart, WJCT. I did get to Houston Odyssey and WWLK, but unfortunately, this is where things started to take a pretty interesting turn. I knew I had to go to bed. I left results radio running. Now, first, I did not even start recording. And second of all, I did not even plug any of my devices into their power cords whatsoever. Because when I woke up, I fell asleep so quickly yet again. And this time, I missed the second half of all the Monday tests that week. Last week, that is, yeah. That meant results radio, KPCC, WIRK, KBHN. Yeah, that one, KBHN. WYPR, I don't even know if they even ran their weekly that week, which I don't think I have seen them do that, so that or John didn't log it. And I can't forget to mention, I also got WMRA while I was on a Discord call with the Club Sterling group. I did get K-Love apparently ran their weekly before midnight that night, so I did get that. And I did, and then as we were coming up to WMRA, I told them that it's time for our first check of WMRA. And I said that WMRA could test this hour because they have done that before. And right as I say that, they do it. That you're listening to the BBC on WMRA, and it's now time for our weekly test. As soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it right at the beginning. So I was like, okay, well, that takes WMRA off the list already pretty quickly. But then, of course, let me continue. So, yeah, missed those Mississippi stations, missed WBYB, the KWRE sign-on. Oh, yeah, WYAB, KZRG, KCAC, KWAZ. I was obviously going to miss that one, but whatever. And Wyoming. That was it. However, I saw that my main tablet was actually able to stay running all the way to Wyoming, which was impressive, considering how that thing was still running for like 4 hours. Yeah, it was like 4 hours that left that thing running. That's incredible. That's incredible how much battery life that thing's got. So I'm very pleased with it. I mean, especially a year later, now that I've owned it for over a year now. So let me get this right. They announced it in... Well, let me get it right, because I think they announced it in 21. Yeah, I got Christmas 21, so... Yeah, I did get it Christmas 21, so I must have gotten the date correct. Let me continue with the other story I was going to continue on with, so... I missed WKRK as well, because it wasn't until around 9 o'clock or so that I noticed that I missed all that. I did actually try WWE for the Georgia test. That or not, but I did actually leave WWE running. But here's the thing. Georgia still ran their IPOS test, but WWE did not take it. So this leads me to believe that WWE may have stopped taking IPOS tests altogether. So this means no more Georgia IPOS tests on WWE. But however, they still do the KC80 weekly as of last week. So that is still good news for a lot of us. Anyway, let me continue on with the story here. So and of course we had a little bit of severe weather here and there, and of course we did run our severe weather streams. But then also on Monday, was it Monday? Yeah, it was Monday. And of course you're watching the GSN primetime during that night. And I don't know if I actually got to tell about this on air, but apparently, out of nowhere, I seen that GSN had finally returned to airing the popular ABC game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I'm sure a lot of you remember back in the summer. Remember, we did our own version of Millionaire. However, that did not last long, but it was still quite a fun experience nonetheless. And of course, when I think of the name, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I'm sure that tells me that something might be calling my name. And you bet. But then you bet. But let's continue. So then, I missed WWOS that day, but I did get all the other iPod stuff that week, so quite impressive to see. But let me continue with the other things I was going to say. Let's see, next up. So then after all the Monday stuff, we come to, at that same night, WTOP ran their weekly at 9:56. However, they used the attention signal like KRMS does. Like KRMS does when they run their auto test at 11 o'clock on Sunday night, which is actually now their time, KRMS Osage Beach, which I'm sure a lot of you know now. A lot of you have known that for a while. Now let me continue through everything else here. So I did get everything that night. Including the Massachusetts monthly test, and of course everything else from Capital District to Illinois. I did actually try to DX the WTMA weekly on a different receiver, but, well, that went well. And then, of course, I did leave a recording going of all the other tests, and even the remaining monthly tests that same night. I saw WBAP ran theirs late, and I don't even think we can go back on KTRH, because I don't even know who that owner even is, but yeah, I should have considered leaving BAP running on another device, but that's alright. I did get that. And then, of course, again, we come to Tuesday, which is the day of that moderate risk. Yeah, another moderate risk. So, of course, as you saw, I had merged the Tuesday test and the Wednesday stuff together. No, it wasn't. I had to split it into three. I had to split that whole thing into 3 parts because of how large it was all going to be. So, of course, Tuesday started with the tests on their own. Not really on their own, but I merged them all together. So, I did see all the stuff the Quad Cities was doing. And, of course, I still got the monthly siren test. Now, again, it's kind of statewide, but again, individual communities are the ones in charge running the test on their outdoor siren system. And then, of course, as again I said, I saw GSN aired Who Wants to Be a Millionaire at the 10 o'clock hour. And in fact, that same morning, again, I was switching between 3 different game shows, all of which were airing at the same time. Millionaire on GSN, Concentration on Buzzer, and of course, The Price is Right on CBS. I was scrolling through 3 different networks at the same time. Like, I didn't even know, which ones to see. But then, of course, I wanted to be on GSN so I could see the end of Millionaire. Now that GSN is airing Millionaire again, I am considering adding Millionaire into our primetime schedule. You know what? This could be perfect because you remember, Split Second is going to be premiering next week. Not tomorrow, but next week. Split Second is coming. Now, I think what we can do is watch Split Second and then take a look at Millionaire. Or maybe do Millionaire on Friday. I don't know. But then, of course, after I saw And then, of course, I had to watch Millionaire at the end credits. Where is the clip I have of it? Because I know it is somewhere. Here we go. And, of course, I had to watch Millionaire all the way up to the end credits. And I noted, and as I saw like all the names coming up on the screen at the end, this was like it was like a 2-week event, pretty much. So it was like contestants would be like picked to come on the show, and then they would they'd be like 10 different contestants would be chosen at random to be picked and then flown to New York to be a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for a chance at $1 million. Well, that's really what the show is. Remember, sure, a lot of you know you gotta get 15 questions right and you'll be a millionaire. It's that easy. But, I mean, it is hard for many. But that does not, but I mean, that's besides the point. There's, of course, one particular thing I've come to the Game Show Network just to see. Now, I don't think I got to say this more often, but I can remember back in the day when ABC Family reran all those America's Funniest Home Videos episodes, and just thinking back to the Millionaire Now, this actually led me to believe, like, as soon as I saw the year of 1999, that's what those Millionaire episodes were, and that can only mean one thing. That can only mean one thing. Buena Vista Television. Yes, that's right. Because I thought that, I was thinking since Buena Vista Television no longer exists, like it didn't even exist it just stopped existing like many years ago. I mean, it was 2007 when the whole thing was rebranded to Disney ABC Domestic Television, then 2015 to Disney ABC Home Entertainment and Television Distribution, and now it's Disney Media Distribution. Disney ABC is gone. Well, remember, that's because Disney purchased Fox. So, like, Disney purchased 21st Century Fox. Or is it like a company of the News Corporation? Yeah, it could be. Now, considering this, I thought that Buena Vista logo would be plastered with Disney Media Distribution. But guess what? I was so lucky. They did not plaster the logo at all. They did not care about plastering that logo. So, of course, for the first time in many, many years, I get to see the Buena Vista Comet logo face to face in person on an actual television network. It was so bittersweet for me to see that logo again. I mean, it just feels so bittersweet to see that logo again. Of course, GSM did that stupid split screen, which prevented me from hearing the entire fanfare. Like, I only heard the last note. The last note of the Buena Vista theme. Like, the final seconds of the last note of the Buena Vista theme, and that was all I got out of it. Come on, GSN, you can do better than that. I mean, just think about it. Remember that one night? They did the SMAC and the Sony television logo in full screen. Remember that one night? They did both of those logos in full screen. If they did it with that, then they should do it with Millionaire. I don't know why. I mean, if they did it with if they did it with the $100,000 pyramid, then why not do it with Millionaire? So that I could hear that Buena Vista logo in its entirety. Well, a lot of people have posted captures of it. And let me tell you, ever since I saw that logo with my very eyes, I've started to get back into the Buena Vista thing. Like, now I'm getting obsessed with Buena Vista yet again. And I'm still getting obsessed with it every time I see this logo. Like, I just can't get enough of it. Oh my gosh, it's just so incredible. Of course I saw that. But then, of course, I did get all the other severe weather stuff that was going on. And then it was also around 10:30, like a half an hour before, where Chicago was placed under severe thunderstorm watch. So I would consider it a mini outbreak. Yay, Jug will hide. But anyway, that was like an overnight compilation, kinda. So, started with WETS, then it ended with Chicago's last alert in the kinda miniature severe weather outbreak. The second part begins with tornado watch number 115. And then of course I was getting every single alert, watching the entire event unfold. And then we got a surprise appearance from Air 1 and WSTW. Well, Air 1 for their weekly test because they were on day 4. And Delaware, WSTW Delaware for the Hope Creek quarterly test, which I actually did get. I did get both of those, and those are included. And again, because I had to cut that into 3 separate parts, I had to end that with the last warning that I was able to get prior to Wednesday. But let's also not forget, that includes the Mid-Hudson Valley monthly test. Oklahoma ran theirs very late. From what I know, Oklahoma ran theirs really late. And Tennessee, I got that one too. But then going into the next day, I got Iowa's monthly test, in addition to a few more things. Then around 3 o'clock or so, I just went ahead, like after Iowa and all those Wisconsin things, I just went ahead and went to bed in preparation for tomorrow. And then again, as I said, I saw Chicago was issuing a lot more stuff. And, I am surprised I was able to sleep through all of it. I was not even woken up a single bit while my radios were still going off for all that stuff. It was honestly insane how I was able to sleep through all of it. It's just a miracle. It's just a miracle how incredible that was. And then, of course, we go into Wednesday morning. WJAS, of course, failed their usual 8 a.m. test, and instead they ran it an hour late. We were already at Mobile and Jacksonville by this point. Of course, I did. Crap, I forgot Jacksonville, didn't I? Well, yeah, that's alright. Of course, I did get IAL and MOH, those 2 usual ones. And, that's right, Mobile tested late, didn't I? Yeah, that's right, Mobile tested late. I did get, as I was seeing everybody postponing from the East Coast and everything else, we had to move half of the eastern seaboard over to Thursday. It was unbelievable. Yeah, Buffalo, Binghamton. Oh, yeah, and I'll explain what happened with Binghamton in a little bit. But I think I forgot something on Monday. Yeah, that's right. Because of all the severe weather that happened over that weekend, I had to push the Street View video for that week over to Monday. And then after I heard that song on North Country, I thought, you know what? Why don't we actually use that for my next Street View video, because it's going to be Renwick Road. So why don't we try that? And well, that turned out pretty great. It was a great end result. And boy, am I pleased. But let me continue further with the story from where we were at. So then, of course, I was able to get everything else. The entire Mountain Pacific time zones all went at their usual scheduled time. What else? I'm starting to get the hold of POZ again, so that's great. I'm getting the hold of POZ. However, I haven't made the pre-roll clip yet, but I will take care of that. I should take care of that prior to the Minecraft program tomorrow. And if not, I'll take care of it like towards the end. Or maybe on Tuesday night. But I'll explain a little more on that here as we continue on. But then, of course, we streamed all the evening stuff, including the remaining events. Now, the Wednesday compilation was another big one, and in fact, even with the stuff from State College in there, I couldn't even fit it into one. So I had to take like all the tests out. Like I had to take all the severe weather stuff out and move it into a whole separate 13-minute mini compilation, which actually did work. And then the day after, Thursday, was that slight risk, and I did actually get everything from. Oh, it was an enhanced. Yeah, it was an enhanced risk by the next update. I was able to get everything. There wasn't much that day, but I was able to get everything. Man, it was quite massive. Then I was able to get everything else that night. Those two stations on Long Island, and then WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, the newest station in our Auto Weekly lineup. WCRX Underground Radio, of course I got that. And then after Chicago iHeart, I called it quits for the night. That same night, I thought, you know what? Since I haven't even turned the alarm off, I'm going to actually try and see if the Flutter Realm can actually wake me up. But guess what? It failed. It actually failed. The alarm did go, however, it failed to jump me out of bed. So I was actually like quite curious to see what the result would be, but yeah, that turned out well. Speaking of Flutter Realm, because I was so obsessed with Buena Vista, I actually had to tune into Millionaire the following day, that Friday morning. I had to tune into Millionaire to see that logo again. That time, I not just got a lot more of the logo's theme, but also Millionaire ended half an hour early. I'm not sure why, but it was probably to make room for a 90-minute deal or no deal. Yeah, because afterward it was going to be a 90-minute deal or no deal $1 million mission, so that's probably what ended up happening. Why they had to cut Millionaire so short or start it early, like 9:30 a.m. That's probably what it was. But of course I had to sacrifice the Price is Right just so I could see that Buena Vista logo one more time. Oh my gosh, I just can't get enough of it now. And in fact, following that, during our backyard baseball game on Thursday night, which I'm sure a lot of you remember, I had to do one of the most interesting things that I think I've ever done. I think I attempted this before, but never on a scale like this. Yeah, I attempted it before, but this time with just the 1995 logo. But this time, I slowed down all the Buena Vista television logos, and this time tried green screening the Flutter Realm onto the logo. And I perfectly timed it. When Una, in her strange self, moved across the center where the shine is, That was on the 1995 logo, which I reattempted later. That was in a later edition. And of course I included the 1997 and 2005 logos. The 2005 logo was actually the best one to accomplish it, because not only was I able to get Una to green screen onto the planet, but I managed to get Dima on the green screen as well on the right hand side of the comments. But then what didn't turn out so well is that I actually decided to, just for fun, throw Disney ABC into the mix too, Buena Vista's replacement. Oh gosh.
That's 800-941-4085.
Discover the power of radio.
Actually, I'm going to do that whole thing again, which I'm sure a lot of you remember. Let's see if I can find it. Gotta remember where it is. Here it is.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores.
Publishing. Yeah. Throughout that Friday with no sports, I was having too much fun playing around with that Buena Vista television logo. Yeah, I was having way too much fun with that logo. And of course on Saturday I did get the Birmingham Weekly. And then I did take care of the... there were no county requests to take care of, but I was able to take care of everything else. But I was able to take care of the Street View video, which many of you wanted Ridgeland Avenue, and in fact, it was actually so able... And in fact, I actually had like a good song choice, like soon after I had came up with the, like soon after, like I had determined like, oh, Ridgeland is kind of short, so I connected it to this, to the Freeway Gym video I saw of Interstate 787 in Albany, New York. Considering how short that is, why don't I try it with Ridgeland Avenue and see how it goes? And boy, that turned out to be quite a great result. I gotta say myself, that was quite a great result. And then, of course, today, of course, you know, we had all the Easter festivities. Now, this time, however, with all the Saturday and Sunday stuff, I did actually try something new. Yesterday. So, rather than going to bed after RUS, I decided to actually add another 30 minutes of sleep time by actually going to bed after KSL, since really it's just a half hour like in between. So, there wasn't really a reason to stay up after KSL. So now it's WJFK, then WHNY, and then KSL, and then that's it. I'm off to bed for the night. That's actually how our Plainfield TV sequences will now apply. So now we can actually apply the whole 24-hour scheme again. So now we can start our broadcast right on time on Friday afternoon when I'm back from school. Then we can get everything in. After KSL, that's it. Off to bed. I'm done for the night. And of course I was eventually able to get everything else, and well, that all turned out pretty well. However, I did get Birmingham, and I actually did get Nebraska and WMLS. I was able to get everything, all of the Saturday tests, all the Sunday tests, except for a couple of them. Denver, that one station out of Denver, and KNZ. Those were the only two I missed. But otherwise, I was successful with the rest. And boy, I was impressed by the results. So of course we had and of course we had some other family members come along and join us for the Easter festivities. Of course, I hunted there were only 4 Easter eggs to find in the living room of the house I was staying at, and then of course came the hard part of packing up and getting back home. And in fact, that all went without a hitch. So, and of course, I was able to. And then around 5 o'clock in the afternoon or so, made it back home, and it only took me an hour to get everything put back in its usual spots, everything where it usually belongs. They would get everything else unpacked, and now everything is back in their usual places, back where they go. And this train that's going through Fort Madison right now, that is going to be the last one of the night, because we are just about out of time here with you this evening. And then of course, I was able to get everything unpacked in time for America's Funniest Home Videos for this evening. And oh boy, there were a few Easter themed ones on there, but yeah, it was quite a great show nonetheless. But what was really different was dinner. We were filled after we had and of course they cooked us some ham. I even had a ton of macaroni salad left from earlier in the week, so I just gobbled the rest of it up. And then we played a couple rounds of Mealborn, and that was when we got on our way back home. I was able to get everything unpacked in time for AFV. Now, during AFV, we actually tried something different just for today. Just for tonight, that is. Now, because a lot of spring break is essentially over. Well, the main part of spring break is essentially over, but my spring break is not over quite yet. So I'll explain more in a little bit here after I finish up the story. So then we decided to actually cook up some popcorn. No, not the microwave ones. The actual kernels. Oh my gosh, it has been a long time since we last had popcorn like that. As you know, I've been eating up the microwave popcorn every single night. So that was quite a sight to see, to actually bring that kind of popcorn entree back to the lineup. So that was quite exciting to have that during AFE, and that would kind of serve as our dinner for tonight, really. So that would kind of serve as our dinner for today. So that would kind of serve as this evening's dinner. So that would kind of serve as this evening's dinner, but yeah, nonetheless, that was still kind of fun. Watched all the videos, and then of course came back up here, watched this week's Gold Rush, and in that Gold Rush, Jose Alvarez has become the new Gold Rush champion. He's won over $60,000, and I mean, there's only 5 episodes left in the regular season already, and my gosh, I can't believe how fast that season's gone by. In 5 weeks or so, we'll be at the Tournament of Champions. It's insane how far it has gone, how fast it's all gone. But now we got some new MVG favorites. Already on tap, like Caesar's Challenge on Wednesday night. Dealer's Choice on Thursday night, and then Press Your Luck on Friday night. So honestly, some great MVG primetime already set for us. So like at 5 p.m. on each of those nights, new episodes of those drop. So I'm gonna be excited. I'm always excited to watch. I'm always excited to watch those episodes of that kind of shows. I mean, I've never heard of Dealer's Choice before. Like I thought what it was at first, but you know, I actually watched a few episodes. I actually enjoy it now. Caesar's Challenge is a great game show too. It was like a classic in the 90s, although I don't think it did as well as people were hoping. But you know, MVG is really doing a good job at reviving all these game shows. However, I've been wondering when he's ever gonna do another season of any of those other favorites, like Second Chance or Pressure Lock. Oh no, like Second Chance, Net Poker, Sale of the Century, among other things. But I'm sure he'll get to that eventually. But then again, only time will tell. Yeah, but then again, only time will tell if he will ever get back to that. But then, of course, I got the but yeah, that's really how it all played out today, and throughout the week, while we were off the air and everything like that. All right, so now before we go, we have ran out of time for you with you tonight. We get the side off clip in here. Okay. All right. You get the volume adjustment correct. All right. And the microphone too. All right. And now before we go, of course, I have to say a couple of things. First, that Plainfield TV is owned and operated by the SPCPlainfield Media Corporation, and that any and all alerts heard during the broadcast today, including videos in the main channel and Plainfield TV programs, can be re-uploaded for archival purposes only. However, with permission from me. If you re-upload my content without permission, it's a copyright takedown. And it is that easy. And the second thing is that Air 1 is right now on day 5. They were supposed to test on day 4, so they're really overdue. Now, I predict that they're going to do it on day 6, which is going to be like around midnight or so tonight. But who knows? We will see what they end up doing. Well, we're going to find out for sure. It's going to be quite a sight to see when they do it. So I expect them to do it, and then after that we begin the encouragement again on K-Love, because they actually tested on Friday morning, so this should be day 3 tomorrow for K-Love in that case. So if they test on that third day too, that's going to be nuts, because then we're going to have to monitor both EMFs again. Yeah, after Air 1, we're going to K-Love. It's going to be quite a sight to see. But, yeah. So that's really how that's all going to go. So if anyone wants to get the Air 1 test tonight, check to see if your area has an Air 1, and if it does, see if you can pick it up on your radio. And I would say monitor it like until like around 6 o'clock in the morning in your time zone. Because I feel between now and 6 a.m. they're going to run a weekly. And they're still airing their weekend IDs. I mean, they're going to continue airing those weekend IDs for a while. That's their usual ones because Easter is over at this point. So, and then my third and final message before we go is that I hope you all had a great Easter today, as much as I did. I hope that you got to get together with relatives of yours, and I hope the food that you had at your Easter party was good. But I'm wondering what everyone else had for for their Easter lunch or Easter dinner, or well, whatever. But I mean, the Easter party at Aunt Karen, that was the Sunday before. So I forgot to mention that, but I did go to that. And then of course on the way back, that was when I got KDK in the car right as we were pulling up. So that was quite an experience. Like, I've never DX'd a KDK weekly in the car before. Like, I've DX'd KDK itself before, but never a weekly from them. So that was a first for me, and boy, what an experience that was. Okay. Oh yeah, we are way out of time now, so. Alright folks, so with that said, it is time for us to go. I know Una is waiting for me to sign off, so she can scare the heck out of me with her flutter around tomorrow, right over WYCT's broadcast. Oh, this is going to be so much fun going back to normality. Well, kind of. Because again, tomorrow and Tuesday I have school, Wednesday and Thursday I have off of school, so that means we get to have extended broadcasts. Friday I have school again, and then the usual weekend after that. So, and then we're back to normal for possibly the remainder of the year. Unless we come across another school improvement day, which will allow us to get even more tests, which is impressive. But then again, we will see. But anyway, with that said, that's going to do it for us here tonight. So our normal operations have already resumed at this point, but our normal operations will really resume tomorrow morning. You know the drill. Tomorrow morning, 6:45 a.m., our weather scan live stream. It's back. Yes, it is. Anyway, now for the staff and management of SPCPlainfield TV. We'd like to thank you for watching, and we hope you will join us again tomorrow for another day of broadcast. Well, for our first full day back of broadcasting. And so up until then, have a great rest of your Easter, and good night.
on